Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. There's this feeling that comes with nights like this, kind of soft around the edges, but with that undercurrent that something's just a little off. Ordinary places take on a strange weight when the lights are thin, and familiar sounds don't line up quite the way they should. It's the small things, footsteps that seem too steady, headlights that stay in the mirror a little too long that make the night feel deeper than the map suggests. Before we settle in, a quick ask. Liking and subscribing really helps keep these nights going, and it's always fun to scroll through comments. If you feel like it, share which story from tonight stayed with you the most, or even just drop the time on the clock and your location while you're listening. And I'd love to hear thoughts on something else too. How long should the rain carry on after the stories end? Feedback on that would help shape how these episodes settle into the quiet. So yeah, sink into the pace, let the air turn a little heavier, and let tonight's travels unfold. Southbound Platform. The platform at the end of the workday is a long experiment in how people arrange themselves into not touching. Everyone stands at a distance that says, "I see you, but we are not involved." The digital sign announces a delay in the authoritative tone of a machine that has never had to actually wait. The air smells like brake dust and old paper. Headlights appear in the tunnel and disappear again like a tease. I am there on a Wednesday, not late, not early, just at the hour when commuters become a weather pattern. I am looking at the track the way people do when they believe sight can conjure objects. That's when I notice him noticing me. Not a glance, not curiosity. Something more like alignment. He is ordinary in the way people cultivate to pass through crowded spaces. Dark jacket, cap, backpack that could carry anything. He is not threatening, he is an adjustment. He stands 2 car lengths down from me. He watches the space in front of me as if it is a thing he's rented and wants to see filled. When I move 10 steps left to align with the car I prefer, he does not move, but his head does, the small angle recalculating both our futures. The train's lights bloom again and stay. The car stops with the precision of a hand placing a cup on a saucer. Doors open. I move. He moves the exact amount needed to end up a step behind me. Then to the side, then in front, then behind again. A dance built from hesitation. Inside, the car is full enough to feel intimate and empty enough to keep secrets. I take a pull near the middle. He stands by the doors, hands on the bar that runs along the glass. He looks at the advertisement above my head and not at me in the way that announces he has practiced not looking. At the next stop, more people in, more shoulders, more bags that are metaphors for lives. He moves when I move, not a mirror, a shadow. When I turn my head slowly to catch him, he's glancing at the useful map with the colored thread lines. He is very interested in the stops between here and there, platform to car to platform. This is how following works. It is an art of staying just this side of plausible denial. He exits when I exit. He lingers when I linger at the water fountain as if I am suddenly thirsty. He swipes his card with a flourish that says he has money and is not a criminal. He stands on the escalator, 1 step above me where a person who knows me would stand if we were having a conversation. I test it. I get off at a station that is not mine. He gets off and pretends to need the trash can. I re-enter through the turnstile and cross the platform. He watches the ceiling for leaks. I take the uptown train 1 stop and then cross back. He takes the uptown train 2 stops and returns on the next one, and meets me again with a timing that suggests he is willing to be late for whatever he pretends to be on time to. I think about going to a station agent. The booth is unstaffed. I think about calling someone. A phone in a pocket is a tool and a liability down here. I think about waiting for a pack of people and putting myself inside the center of them. I do that. He does not mind. At my usual stop, I do not get off. At the next, I do. He does too. We climb the stairs into the kind of evening that makes the city look like a photograph of itself. I walk to the corner and stop. He stops halfway down the block and pretends to tie his shoe. I stand under a camera like a person in a film. He stands under nothing. I turn and walk back into the station. He hesitates, then follows, then pretends not to follow by taking the other entrance and meeting me on the platform from the far end. A cleverness that is not very... On the 3rd platform, the crowd is thin. There is a woman with a stroller, and a man in a construction vest, and a teenager carrying a skateboard like a shield. A train arrives and departs in the other direction with a scream that shakes dust from the ceiling. He moves closer now, as if proximity is a prize he has won fairly. He says, "You dropped something." And I look down, which is the oldest trick. Nothing is there. I do not look up for a beat. because that is how a body reacts to embarrassment even when there is no cause. When I look up, he is smiling a little. He has a very average face, the kind you could describe 100 ways and never get right. He says, "Sorry, thought you did," and steps back like I am the one who stepped forward. I say, "Can I help you?" I say it in a voice that a stranger does not expect. He blinks, then grins, then shrugs. He says, "I'm just riding the train," and he says it as if this is a romance and not a strategy. I say, "Stop following me." He laughs, not out loud, in his nose. The laugh comedians use when a joke failed. He says, "I'm not," and gestures at the entire underground. This belongs to everyone, and he is not wrong. We stand there in shared air. The next train comes. I get on at the first door. He gets on at the fourth, and walks through the gangway between cars to the third, then pauses to evaluate whether the walk to the second will look desperate. He stays. A man with a laptop bag stands between us, and I feel relief express itself as gratitude for a stranger's choice of car. I text a friend on train being tailed, "Can you call me in 2 and stay on till I say home?" The bubbles appear and then stop, and then the call arrives, because some people understand urgency without punctuation. I answer and say, "Hey babe, loud enough for the car to hear." I say, "I'll be at the station in 5, meet me at the top," and my friend says, "Got you," and adds, "You okay?" And I say, "Yes," and she says, "Are you sure?" And I say, "Yes," and she says, "Okay," and stays on the line while we talk about nothing that becomes everything. At my actual stop, I get off in a group. He gets off in the same group, and then pretends to be part of a different one by stepping slightly to the left. I walk up the stairs briskly. My friend's voice is in my ear like a tether. At the top, she is not there because, of course, she is not my neighbor. She is across town. But saying her name into the air makes the space at the top of the stairs behave itself for a second. I say it anyway. He sees me look around, and decides to look around too. Acting. He does it poorly. I walk out past the newsstand and into the bodega where the man behind the counter has watched me buy milk and gum for 3 years. I say to him, "Half gallon, please," and he slides it over without looking away from his tiny TV. The man follows me in and pretends to want nothing. I ask the bodega clerk, "Can I wait here a minute?" And he shrugs, which is permission. The man hovers by the door and then leaves because even shadows respect thresholds. I call the transit police non-emergency number outside because it is night, and I want a record more than a rescue. I describe him, a description so generic it might as well be a poem about crowd. The woman on the line is steady and kind and tells me to go somewhere well lit and to call back if he reappears. I say thank you, not because she fixed anything, but because she stayed with me long enough for the adrenaline to ebb. He is gone. Of course he is not gone. He will be on another platform tomorrow watching someone else's space. He will feel like the city owes him a better view. I walk home with my phone in my hand because that is what we do now. I change my route for a week and then I change it back because I refuse to be made into a person whose map is drawn by strangers. On the platform the next Wednesday, I stand near the conductor's window. I stand near the camera. I look at the map not to memorize it, but to perform. The train arrives and the car aligns and the doors open and I step in with a crowd that belongs to itself. I do not scan for him. I am not pretending he doesn't exist. I am rehearsing being a person whose life contains and outlasts him. That is as close to arrival as this system grants. Rideshare. The first driver's name was Tony, which I know because the app showed me his face and a string of 5-star reviews that read like variations on a hymn. On time, polite, would ride again. It was raining hard in the way the city rains when it is proud of itself for being gray. I stood under the canopy of an apartment building that is nicer than mine, and watched the little car on my screen creep toward me like it was being careful not to wake anyone. When the car pulled up, the driver leaned over and popped the lock with a flourish that said he'd done this 1,000 times. He was younger than the photo or older in the way poor sleep makes you. He hummed under his breath. A rosary hung from the rear view, and swung in a way that made me motion sick. He asked if I wanted the radio up or down. I said down. He turned it up and then down like a joke. Halfway to my destination, the app said we were arriving soon. And then the car took a turn it didn't need to take. I noticed it the way you notice a twitch in your own eyelid. The driver said, "Sorry, just avoiding traffic," and smiled at me in the rear view with the unearned intimacy of a person who believes charm is a universal solvent. The street we were on was not unfamiliar, but it was not the route I would have chosen. I watched the dot on the app squirm and correct itself, then squirm again. The driver's phone was mounted on the dash. The map on it was not my map. His showed a different route entirely, one that pointed us past the park, and then doubled back along a street that floods easily and is ignored by the city because the wrong people live on it. The driver said, "See faster," and tapped his screen with one knuckle, as if knocking politely on his own plan. There is a decision you make in these moments about which version of yourself to be. I chose the one who says things clearly. I said, "I'd prefer we follow the route in my app." He said, "Absolutely," and then did not. A heartbeat later, the street curved, and we curved with it. My phone buzzed with a text from the app. "Your driver has made an unplanned stop." It was a safety feature someone had designed in a fluorescent conference room. The message made me feel both seen and foolish. I tapped the button that says, "Everything okay?" and the car's dashboard dinged. The driver said, "They keep adding these dumb alerts," and laughed like we were colleagues complaining about new software. He took the next left and the next, a box pattern that could have been an attempt to beat the lights or could have been something else. I watched the gas gauge. It sat at a quarter tank. A childish thought. Cars cannot go forever. He slowed near the park and the wipers squealed on a dry patch of windshield. He said, "Ever feel like the whole city is one big loop?" And I said, "Please take me back to my pickup point." He kept smiling. He had a nice mouth. He said, "No problem." And the car kept going forward the way bodies do when the brain tells them to stop and the muscles do not obey. I reached for the door handle. People will tell you that moving while the car is in motion is dangerous. It is. It also rearranges the driver's attention. He glanced at my hand. The smile shifted a millimeter. He said, okay, I'm turning around," and the car did. But the turn was larger than a turn needs to be. We circled the block and came out at the far edge of the park, where the linden trees make a cathedral over the road, and the light is always the color of late afternoon, even at night. He pulled to the curb and put the car in park. The rosary swung and stopped. He turned in his seat, one hand on the headrest, and said, "Hey, you don't have to be nervous. I'm a good guy." He said it like a man explaining to a dog that thunder is just a sound. I said, "End the ride, please." He tapped his phone slowly, like a teacher demonstrating math. He said, "There, we're done." The app on my screen chimed and asked me to rate my experience. The car did not unlock. He realized it at the same time I did and made a theatrical show of clicking the lock, which clicked and did not release. The child lock was on. I looked at the button at my elbow and pressed it and nothing happened. He laughed, embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, I use it when I take my little cousins around." He clicked again and the same nothing. I put both hands on the glass and pushed, which is a very human thing to do when a door will not open. Apply more force than necessary to an object that has no intention of obeying you. The glass didn't care. The rain made tiny rivers down the outside of it, and I had a brief image of myself as a person trapped in a terrarium someone had given up on. He said, "Don't freak out." The phrase landed in my lap like a wet towel. He reached down beside the seat out of my sight, and I thought, if there is a tool there, I need to decide whether to use my voice or my hands. He came up with his keys. He held them up like a magician, revealing the card he had palms the whole time. He unlocked the door manually and exaggerated the effort, as if to prove to me and to himself that he was a person unaccustomed to such minor malfunctions. I opened the door and stepped out. The rain immediately found the soft places on my face. He leaned across the seat and said, "Want me to take you the rest of the way?" "It's not far." His tone was equal parts offense and injury, the complaint of a person whose kindness has been declined. I said, "No thank you," and closed the door without slamming it, because I have learned not to give anyone the pleasure of accusing me of dramatics. He idled there for a second, then pulled away with a showy chirp of the tires. Displeasure translated into physics. The tail lights smeared red between the trees. I walked back under the linden canopy and called a new ride. The app matched me with a driver named Nora. Her car was clean in the way that says someone has vacuumed on purpose. She asked if I wanted a phone charger, and I said no. She drove the exact route the app suggested, and when we passed the corner where Tony had made his strange first turn, she said, "People try to game the system, for surge pricing, or to avoid bad ratings. Sometimes they panic when they get pinged by safety." She said it like she was telling me about traffic patterns. I said, "He locked the car," and she went quiet for 2 blocks and then said, "That's not a glitch." I reported him. I wrote a careful paragraph and deleted it, and wrote a shorter one with fewer adjectives. The app replied with a thank you for helping us keep our community safe and a voucher for a free ride up to $15. The voucher sat in my inbox, a small white bandage. 2 weeks later, a different driver took the same turn. Older this one, with a beard that made him look like a kind grandfather in a movie. He glanced at me in the mirror after the turn, an expression like checking for witnesses. I didn't wait for the car to loop. I said, "I'll get out here," and he said, "It's raining," and I said, "I have an umbrella." I did not. I opened the door and the car did not stop. I stepped out anyway, and the car eased forward, unwilling to fully commit to either action. I stopped using rideshares for a while, and took the bus and told myself it was politics and not fear. When I began again, I used a safety feature that shares your route with a friend. The app sent her a blue dot and a line that crawled like an insect. She texted me once, "Why are you circling the park?" and I typed, "Because some people practice at the edges of rules until they forget the rules are there for someone else's body." I erased it. I wrote, "Bad turn." The truth is that most rides were fine. The truth is that 2 strange turns over a month should not make you reorganize your life. The truth is that when I stand on the curb and watch a little car on my screen creep toward me, I think of child locks and windows and men who say, "I'm a good guy," and I make my voice calm for the driver who arrives, so calm that I can hear the practiced patience in it. I say my destination twice. I say the route once. I watch the map and pretend I am just interested in traffic. Sometimes the car takes the exact path it should and I feel a wave of something like gratitude for the absence of harm, which is a dangerous way to live, like being thankful the elevator didn't fail. Sometimes we drift a block and I say, "Can we stay on the route?" and the driver corrects, and that should be enough. Sometimes the driver says, "Just trust me," and I say, "No thank you," which is the politest way I know to say a sentence that would get me a 1-star review if I said it out loud. The voucher is still in my inbox. It will expire. I am waiting for a ride that feels like it deserves a free thing. I doubt it will come. Corner table. Open network. The cafe has free Wi-Fi, and the particular kind of hum that makes work feel possible. There is always one dog under a table, always one child with a croissant he cannot control, always one man who thinks the music is too loud, and one woman who thinks the air is too cold. I sit by the window because I like light on words and because the outlet there works if you jiggle it. He's at the corner table where the view catches everyone. He has the look of a person who could be 40 or could be 28 and wants you to guess older. He brings the same laptop every day, matte black, stickers peeled off to leave their ghosts. He orders an Americano and makes it last a long time, sipping the way a person pretends not to be waiting. He keeps a notebook open, but the page doesn't change. I notice him because my screen freezes, and my email signs me out, and when I sign back in, there's a new network in my list. Cafe free Wi-Fi fast. The cafe's real network is just Cafe. The new one is a trickster's twin. I switch back to my phone's hotspot and watch the list. The twin appears when corner table opens his laptop and disappears when he closes it to go to the bathroom. The timing is a thread I tug. The thread stays taut. He asks to borrow a charger and I say, "Sorry, different brand." He asks what I do and I say, "Spreadsheets, because it ends things." He smiles like he knows that's a lie or believes he should. He says, "I do a little of everything," and the sentence contains nothing. The next week, my coworker texts, "Weird, you sent that draft to my personal Gmail." I didn't. The email has a screenshot of the draft, a clean shot like a theft in a museum that is only discovered when you notice dust where a frame used to be. I change my passwords and turn on 2-factor for the things that matter. I stop connecting to anything open. I click forget on cafe. Corner table introduces himself to the barista by name. He thanks her for the extra splash of milk like he's learned that thank you is a currency you can tip with. He greets the owner by first name too fast, and the owner nods in the reflexive way that says, "I remember faces more than names." And later the owner leans over my table to fix the outlet and I say, "That guy with the corner seat, do you know him?" And the owner says, "He's here a lot." And then, "Should I know him?" I shake my head and say, "He's just familiar," which is true about strangers if you look at them for long enough. The fake network keeps popping in and out like a bird diving. I watch the name change from Cafe Free Wi-Fi Fast to Cafe Guest 5G to Cafe Secure. The SSID is a costume shop. People connect because people connect. I want to stand up and tell the room to use their data plans, not their hope. I do not. A guy in a suit sits near me and opens his laptop and a bank login screen appears, and he starts typing, and I feel stressed like a temperature, not mine, his, and I say, hey, if you're doing anything sensitive, you might want to check you're on the real Wi-Fi. And he looks at me like I've offered him a sample in a grocery store and then like I've refused him a taste of something nice. He says I'm fine and keeps typing. We all make choices about what to believe. One afternoon, corner table moves. He takes the two top behind me. He sits down so quietly I feel him before I see him. He puts his cup down softly. He drums his fingers once in a rhythm that pretends to be nothing. On my screen, a gray dialogue shoots up. Your device would like to share its screen. It's my own computer asking. I cancel so hard I nearly break the trackpad. I go to AirDrop and turn it off. I go to Bluetooth and make my device undiscoverable. He murmurs, sorry, thought that was mine. And we both agree to believe that for the length of a breath. I start bringing a tiny USB data blocker for my phone, because I've learned the cafe's outlets could be anything. I say to the owner, hey, your network, someone's broadcasting a fake one. He sighs and says, we had a guy do that last year. IT buddy of mine fixed it. And then he says, what can I do? I sell scones, and the resignation in his voice is both reasonable and not. Corner table begins to greet me by my name. He heard it when the owner called it out once for a sandwich. He says it softly and then smiles, testing how it looks in the air between us. I stop ordering food under my name. I start paying cash. One afternoon he says, you here most days, huh? And I say, it varies. He looks at my screen and says, you're organized. I tilt it down on its hinge. The hinge makes a sound that feels like regret. I change cafes for a week, and my focus refuses to settle in the new light, on the new chairs. I return with a VPN subscription and a stoicism that tastes like medicine. He is there, corner table, notebook open to the same line. When I connect, my VPN draws a green tunnel on my screen. It is a cartoon of safety. It helps anyway. He watches a couple shoulder to shoulder, their heads together over a shared laptop, and he smiles with his mouth closed, benevolent. He watches a student fill out a form on a portal and clicks something on his screen, a reflexive little tap like a person flipping a coin. He watches the door for the woman who always forgets her tote and then remembers it and then sets it by her feet again. I tell the barista to put up a sign, beware of fake networks. She prints one on the back of an old flyer and tapes it to the bakery case. It sits there, a small paper with too many words. It makes me feel like I am telling a secret that has been obvious all along. People read it and nod and connect anyway. One day, he isn't there. The corner table belongs to a different man who actually drinks his coffee. The fake networks don't appear. The room feels a degree warmer, as if someone turned off a small fan you didn't know was on. It lasts 3 days. On the 4th, the twin networks return, dressed in a slightly different name. He sits, smiles, sips. He's part of the furniture again. I start using the library instead. The chairs are worse and the Wi-Fi is also open, but the weight of being watched feels different there, spread out among all the eyes that watch for their own reasons. I stop bringing my laptop to cafes and rediscover the feeling of a notebook that holds nothing anyone can exfiltrate in the time it takes to refill a cup. My handwriting gets worse and my heart rate gets better. The dread that remains is not about him exactly. It's about how easy it is to copy a word like cafe and make it yours. About how welcome can be weaponized by someone who knows how to print stickers and remove them. When I do go back for a coffee and a seat by the window, I tether to my phone and write with the light on my face. If he says my name, I look at him for a beat too long and then go back to what I'm doing. Ownership of a corner table is a story he tells himself. I choose a different story and sit in it until the cup is empty. Between floors. The elevator was one of those narrow ones from the 70s that insists on calling the ground floor L. It had a mirror on the back wall that stretched you into a person you did not recognize if you stood too close. The building lobby smelled faintly of curry and copier toner. At 5:45 on Tuesdays, I caught that elevator with a tote bag of groceries and rode to 10 for my class, in a room that had once been a dentist's office and now belonged to a nonprofit that taught adults how to read better legal documents. I liked the people, and the hallway there had a faded carpet that damped sound and made everyone feel gentler. The elevator door slid open with a breath. Inside was a man I had seen before in the building, the face that learns your shape before you learn his. He wore a black windbreaker and kept earbuds draped around his neck like a stethoscope. He pressed the door open button with his thumb and said, "Going up," and smiled like it cost him nothing. I said, 10 please, and he touched the button lightly as if it were a person. We rose past L, past 2, past 3. The car caroled in its throat the way elevators do when they feel competent. At 4, there was a shudder, a small lurch like a ship deciding whether to meet a wave or let it pass. The lights buzzed and then steadied. The car stopped between floors with a soft apology. We waited the way people do, pressing the same buttons again as if the elevator might have forgotten our request. He said, "Huh," and pressed door open again. Nothing happened. He pressed the alarm bell and the car answered with the shape of a sound rather than the sound itself. A tinny ring that ended too soon. I pulled out my phone. 1 bar, then none, then one again like a blinking eye. He laughed once, small, and said, "Classic." And then he said, "It happens more than you think." I asked, "To you?" And he said, "To people who get where they are going on time." He had the tone of a person who runs late as a lifestyle and resents the world's punctuality. The emergency button connected us to a voice that sounded preoccupied. She said, "Building security." The man said, "Elevator stuck between 4 and 5, 2 passengers." And she said, "Okay, maintenance is on the way. Give us 10 minutes." And then, as if reading from a policy, "Stay calm and do not attempt to force the doors." The man said, "We're calm," and glanced at me as if to check. We stood, we shifted weight. The car breathed. The mirror offered me my own face, and it was the face I wear when I want to look unimpressed. He leaned against the panel and watched the floor indicator blink 4 and then 5 and then nothing. He said, "I live on 9. I said, "I don't." He smiled at that, like I had told him a secret. He said, "I always wonder if I should take the stairs for health," and I said, 10 flights is ambitious, and he said, "Depends on your motivation," and let the sentence hang. The car creaked. The air grew. The kind of stale that makes your tongue lie to you about thirst. He asked if I wanted a mint and held a roll in his palm. I said no. He peeled one off for himself, looked at me again and said, "It helps." And I took one because refusing a second time felt like staging a scene in a small room. The mint tasted like a dentist's office and charity. He said, "You come Tuesdays." He did not phrase it as a question. I said, "Our class meets then," and he nodded, filing away the pronoun. He said, "I see you coming in with your tote at 5:40, very regular," and I said nothing, because answering would make it a conversation and silence would let it be a statement. He kept going anyway. People always think the lobby staff are the ones who see the most, but it's the people like me, up and down, different floors, you know. You don't think anyone is paying attention. And then a hand gesture that was both shrug and embrace. I pressed the emergency button again, and the same voice said, "They're en route, 10 minutes. And the man smiled without humor. He said, "It is always 10 minutes. He looked at my tote bag with the groceries, the stems of parsley poking out like opinions. He said, "You cook on Tuesdays too if you get home on time." And he laughed. I said, "Please don't." And he lifted both hands, palms out, mock surrender. He said, "Sorry," trying to talk about anything else. He did not choose anything else. He told a story about a time he got stuck for 40 minutes and thought he would have to pee in the corner. And he told it with the compulsion of someone who enjoys seeing discomfort alter your face. He tilted his head toward the mirror, toward my reflection, toward the way you can watch yourself choose not to react. He said, "It's funny, what people reveal when they think time has stopped." There was a clank. The car settled a fraction lower, enough to make both of us do the small knee bend people do when the floor lies. He stepped closer to the door seam, put his fingers into the gap and tugged. He grunted. He looked at me to see if I would admire his strength. I said, "They told us not to," and he took his fingers away and wiped them on his jacket as if the metal were unclean. He asked my name then, which was too late for politeness. I said I'd rather not. He said mine and waited for the alchemy that turns exchange into intimacy. I didn't reciprocate. He laughed softly, performative. He said, "You're safe with me, you know." And then said, "That sounded weird, never mind." He stepped back and leaned his shoulder to the wall, arms crossed, the posture of a man who is not used to being limited by boxes. We could hear, faintly, footsteps and the low hum of building voices. He said, "They'll pry it." And I said, "I know." The voice came over the speaker again, a different one now, male, confident, saying, "We are at the doors on 5, can you hear me?" The man shouted back, "Yes," and then, "Can you get us out of here?" like a joke. The voice said, "We're working on it." The car vibrated, a tiny animal waking. The man said, "When we get out, I'll walk you to 10. And I said, "That's not necessary." He said, "I'm being polite." I said, "I don't want that." He held his hands up again. He said, "You don't have to bite." A thin crack opened between the doors, with the sound of a soda can being opened. Bright fluorescent light from the 5th floor landing entered our narrow box like a blade. Fingers appeared with a metal wedge. The man moved toward the gap and then stopped abruptly, as if remembering he should let me go first to be seen doing the right thing. He said, "After you," and lifted an eyebrow like he knew it would irritate me. I stepped to the seam and hoisted myself up the 1.5 inches in a motion that felt too much like being born. 2 men in building polos flanked the opening with tools. One said, "You good," and I nodded. The man in the windbreaker came after me. Quick, cat-like, planted his hand briefly on my lower back, as if the landings required spotters, and I moved sideways, so his hand touched air. He smiled as if we shared a joke about my quickness. On the landing, one of the building guys said, "You can take the stairs up," and pointed at the door to the stairwell. The other said, "We're going to shut this one down for a bit," and thumbed a sign from a roll in his belt. Out of order. The man in the windbreaker said to me, "I'll walk you," and I said, "No thank you," and took the stairs 2 at a time, tote bag hitting my hip heart high in my throat. At 10, the hallway felt both familiar and insufficient. I let myself into the classroom with the soft squeak of a door that needed oil. People were settling into chairs with wrinkled photocopies of leases and court petitions. I sat and laid my papers out like a person in control. 10 minutes later, the door opened, and the man in the windbreaker walked in. He had no papers. He stood at the back looking like a person who might say he was looking for someone. Our instructor, a woman with gray hair and more authority than her title suggested, said, "Can I help you?" He said, "I was just," and then he smiled and said, "Never mind, wrong room," and ducked out with a meekness I did not believe. The door closed with a soft sound. The instructor looked at me and kept going, which was the kindest thing she could have done. After class, I waited in the hall until it was full of people and then took the stairs down with a tempo that matched their shoes. At the lobby, he was not there. The desk attendant looked up and said, "You okay?" I said, "The elevator stuck," and she nodded as if that explained everything, which maybe it did. For a month, I took the stairs up and the stairs down. I timed my arrival to avoid 5:45 and his earbuds on his neck. Eventually, my legs reminded me that 10 flights is ambitious. I began to take the elevator with someone else in it. Not when he was in it, not when the mirror showed only my face. I adjusted my tote bag so the parsley stems did not poke out like a list of my habits. There is a kind of entrapment that is spatial, and a kind that is conversational. The first one you can escape with a pry bar and men in polos. The second one requires you to hear yourself say a simple sentence you have practiced in your head and still do not like the taste of. I do not want company. When I said it, in that small box, he found it funny. I did not. The next time the elevator paused between floors for a breath. It was empty, but for me, and I pressed the emergency button even though I did not need help. And when the voice said building security, I said just checking, and then I said thank you, and hung up. Night shift exit. The hospital has a smell that you stop noticing after your first month, but it returns on your skin when you shower, like a memory that prefers steam. On nights, I walk out at 7:12 a.m. almost every time. It isn't deliberate. It's what happens when you finish NARC count and your relief is late by exactly the same number of minutes it takes to tell the story of your worst patient, as a warning to yourself. The January sky was the color of paper that had been erased too hard. I stood under the smoking awning, without a cigarette, and felt the air touch the damp hair at my temples with the impersonal intimacy of a stranger in a crowd. Across the street, a car idled. Not unusual. The curb is a holding pen for rideshares and husbands. The unusual part was that it was the same model and color as the one that had been idling for the last 3 mornings. An old silver sedan with a grille like a clenched mouth. Headlights off. Driver in a baseball cap. Hands at 10 and 2 like he was practicing. I told myself I was collecting details in case I needed them later. You only think like that when you suspect you already do. Cass from respiratory came out and bumped my shoulder with hers. "You look dead," she said, which is the compliment we give one another for having survived. "Car again," I said, because saying it made it less like a thought and more like information. She squinted. "That guy, he's been there. Want me to ask him who he's waiting for? No, I said too fast, and we both heard it. I was not afraid exactly. Fear for me is sharper and comes with the taste of copper. This was the low-grade vibration of someone keeping time with a sound they can't find the source of. The sedan rolled forward a few feet as an ambulance pulled in. The driver's head turned with the movement of the street. He didn't look at me. He didn't look away from me either. He looked like a person who had picked a spot to stare at, and was proud to be consistent. "You taking the bus?" Cass asked. I nodded. The bus stop sits at the far end of the block, beneath a dogwood that had been pruned into a shape that suggested a tree without committing to it. I liked the walk. I liked the way it uncoupled me from the unit, a corridor with no doors to open. At the corner, a campus security guard in a jacket with reflective stripes stood with his thumbs in his belt. "Morning," he said, which in his mouth sounded like an apology for the limitations of his jurisdiction. I told him about the car because the telling was the only weapon I had that didn't require me to escalate. He nodded and said, "We'll keep an eye," which meant he would keep an eye if it walked up and introduced itself. On the fourth morning, the sedan pulled away before I even reached the awning. On the fifth, it wasn't there at all, and the absence made me feel bigger than I was, like a person who had invented a threat to give her day shape. On the sixth, it was there again, but this time parked in a spot 1 block down, just beyond the bus stop, idling like it were meditating. I changed my route, a small petty rebellion, and cut through the garage where the exits are confusing on purpose, out one stairwell and another, onto the second level where the snowplows had piled a limb of gray ice against the wall. I stopped there and leaned on the rail and watched the street. The sedan waited. The driver's baseball cap bent toward his phone. A bus hissed up to the curb and peeled open, and took people into its mouth, and I saw myself in the reflection of its windows as if I were already inside, a copy of a copy. I made myself go down, because I have a superstition about not giving in to the bend in my own path. I stepped up into the bus and stood in the front, where the driver could see me if anything was wrong, in a way that would require a witness. The sedan merged behind us with the cadence of someone who had been practicing for a while and felt ready to go live. I told myself I was seeing patterns where there were coincidences. I watched the rearview mirror and saw a baseball cap. Hands at 10 and 2. My stop is 3 away from the campus, in front of a chain pharmacy that sells 9 varieties of sleep and none of rest. I pulled the cord early so I could be ready to step off and keep walking without pause. The bus coughed me out. The sedan rolled to a stop at the light. I didn't look. I looked in the window glass of the pharmacy instead, at a warped version of myself. Behind me, the car idled. Up the block, a woman dragged a dog away from a handwritten sign that said "Please not here" in letters that looked tired of asking. I cut down the alley. This is the choice you are not supposed to make. The alley is clean and well used and full of dumpsters with cheerful rental company logos that promise to take away what you can't bear to keep. At the far end, the loading dock for the grocery store was stacked with pallets. The angle of the buildings made a funnel for the wind. My scarf fussed at my neck. Footsteps behind me didn't speed up. They existed. They had a cadence that matched mine without mimicking it, which is worse because it suggests a person who is letting you set the pace. I turned at the dock edge and made my face neutral. The baseball cap was closer than I'd expected. He wasn't particularly tall. He had a face you would ignore if it didn't attach itself to you like a burr. His mouth was narrow. "You dropped this," he said, and offered me a hospital ID on a clip that wasn't mine. The photo was of a blonde pharmacist, with tidy hair and too much ambition in her eyes. The name was not my name. The clip was the cheap kind that catches on scrubs. "Not mine," I said. "No?" He frowned at the badge, as if the picture might resolve if he convincingly doubted it. "Thought it might be," he said, and then added, "You work nights." The way he said it made the 2 words into a secret. I stepped sideways so my back touched the cinder block wall. My hands didn't know what to do, so they held each other. He didn't step closer. We stood in a choreography that looked like a conversation, and felt like a negotiation, conducted entirely with the eyes. "You take the bus," he said. "A lot of nurses take the bus." "I don't need anything," I said, which wasn't a response to anything he'd said. He nodded like I'd said something very wise. He tucked the badge into his jacket. In the slit between his glove and his sleeve, I saw a narrow wrist with a scar like a line from a ruler. He said, "Funny thing about nights," and the words stretched like gum. "You can say what you want to say," I said, because I was tired and because the alley had narrowed my vocabulary to the most efficient words for the shape of fear I had. He looked slightly offended, as if I'd spoiled a surprise he'd set up for himself. "I just wanted to make sure you got home safe," he said. The sentence was calisthenics. It had practiced for this performance and was proud of its form. "I have a boyfriend," I said, which was the apology men prefer. He lifted his chin toward the mouth of the alley, where the morning had lined up cabs and parents and people who had woken up without dread. He made a small, skeptical sound. He said, "They come and go," and I had the image of a conveyor belt that moved through my apartment, depositing men like groceries. He stepped backward first, which should have been a victory. He walked to the mouth of the alley without turning his back to me, then turned like a soldier pivoting stiff and neat. On the sidewalk, he blended immediately. Not because he was skilled, but because crowds are lazy. I walked the long way home with the deliberate slowness of someone not wanting to look like she was being hurried by her own fear. In front of my building, the UPS man waved. He knows my name because I sign for things. He said, "Rough one," and I nodded and let the question sit unrhetorical between us. In my apartment, I pulled the shades down with more force than they required. I leaned my forehead against the cold glass. My phone buzzed. The hospital's automated survey wanted to know how my shift had been. I clicked neutral all the way down because there wasn't a button for it. Felt like someone was rubbing their fingers together to warm them in the space I'm supposed to live. That evening, I took a rideshare to work. A woman drove. She kept tissues in the cup holder and a pair of ballet flats under the seat, and the whole car smelled like a very clean house. At a red light, she said, "You want me to loop you around?" And I knew she meant the alley. I said no. She said, "You're the boss," which is one of those phrases that sounds like power and feels like its opposite. Night went how nights go. People broke in expected ways and unexpected ones, and I put them back together into something that would hold until morning. At 7:12, I walked out beneath the awning and saw the sedan parked with its nose pointed the other way. Now, which had the effect of making it seem like a different car. I wasn't going to stand and watch it. I walked toward the campus security office instead and went in. The guard from before looked up. I said, "There's a car." And he said, "I'll come with you." And he did. Outside, the sedan had already pulled away, a neat goodbye without the wave. "He's been around," the guard said. "We've told him not to wait on hospital property. Public street, though, you know." He stretched the word public like a band and it snapped back useless. I started taking the earlier bus, which required me to move the end of my shift 5 minutes forward, in a way that made no sense to anyone who doesn't keep time with the same beats every day. I slept with my phone under my pillow like a teenager. I had a dream that was not a dream, in which a baseball cap sat on a chair in my kitchen and spoke in a voice that was exactly like the sound of my refrigerator. 2 weeks later, the pharmacist with the tidy hair asked me at the Pyxis if I'd lost my badge. I said no, and she laughed. "Not you," she said. "It was in the alley. Someone turned it in." She flipped it like a playing card. It was scuffed. The sedan didn't go away, it didn't escalate, it made itself a season. The campus security log noted loitering vehicle and then stopped noting it because logs get tired too. I learned to spot baseball caps without seeing faces, which is a useless skill. I carried my keys in my fist a few times, which would not help me unless I wanted to hurt my own palm. I spoke to a police officer once and said the words I knew would not work. "He makes me uncomfortable." She asked if he had tried to touch me. No. If he had said anything threatening. No. If I could get his plate. I gave her the plate like a talisman, and she wrote it down, but it looked on paper the way a prayer looks when an atheist says it out loud to appease his mother. One morning, spring, I came out at 7:12 and the sedan was gone. A different car idled in the spot. The air smelled like wet dirt and relief. Cass said he found someone else, and immediately looked ashamed. I said maybe he found a new job. We needed the possibility that we were not the center of anyone's practice. Months later, on a day I was off and still woke at 6 because my body is loyal in all the wrong ways, I took the bus into town to pick up a pair of shoes I had convinced myself would make me a person who takes long walks without imagining footsteps behind her. At the corner outside the store, a silver sedan drove past slowly. The driver didn't see me. There was someone else in the passenger seat. A woman with her hands folded in her lap like a person who has been told to sit still. The driver's cap was the same shade of navy as every cap. He turned his head as the light changed and looked at nothing, with the practiced patience of someone who knows that if you move slowly enough, people will convince themselves they have imagined you. I stood on the curb and watched them go, and felt two things at once: grief for the relief I had allowed myself, and something like gratitude that I was no longer the person being practiced on. Then I felt the correct thing, the thing that lasted, the certainty that my schedule was now shaped around a hole that would not be filled by anything but vigilance. I still leave at 7:12 more often than not. The smell of the hospital rides the steam out of my shower. I do not cut through the alley unless I am angry and want to punish myself with the memory. When I see a baseball cap, I catalog it like a symptom. In the mirror on my way out, I say my name to myself, not because I am in danger of forgetting it, but because it keeps me from saying someone else's first. The bus windows reflect me back in morning gray. A woman who looks like every nurse leaving nights. People talk about safety like it's a place. I think it's more like a practice, and I don't mean the kind you improve at. I mean the kind you perform until your muscles know the motions, even when your mind wants to rest. The name on the bag, the pharmacy has 2 speeds. A frantic day where the line doubles back on itself like a snake in a terrarium, and a hollowed out late evening where everyone is tired enough to pretend patience. The floors are always clean in a way that suggests scrubbed rather than clean. The counter has a sign that says, "Have ID ready," which I hold like a charm. I pick up my prescription every 28 days, because that is how it is written, and pharmacy computers do not care about the texture of a month. The reminder texts arrive with cheerful urgency. It's ready. I go after work, stand in a line, watch other people's transactions unfold like small plays. A woman cries quietly when told her insurance no longer covers the thing that makes her limbs behave. A man argues about the color of his pills. A mother entertains a toddler with a chapstick cap. We are all actors in a waiting room that dispenses hope in orange bottles. I began to notice him on my 3rd or 4th visit. He stood near the greeting cards rack with his hands clasped behind his back like a docent. He appeared on the weeks I appeared. He wore a jacket regardless of weather and a ball cap with no team. He examined the sympathy cards and the birthday cards with too much attention. When my name was called, he tilted his head the way birds do, quick and small. The first time he spoke, he chose the self-checkout line, where my register and his were twins. He said, "Busy tonight?" and I said, "Always." And he said, "You hear a lot." And I did not answer because it is not a question, it is a fishing line. He bought gum and a bottle of water. I bought my prescription and a roll of paper towels. I did not need to make the exchange less obvious. At the counter, the tech asked for my date of birth, and I said it in a voice like a password. She asked to confirm the address, and I nodded so she would not read it aloud. She held up the bag with the pharmacy logo, and my name irregularly stapled to the front. The label showed drug name, dosage, the bits of biography that a street stranger does not need to know. I slid the bag into my tote so the label faced in. He preceded me out the automatic doors as if coincidentally synchronized. On the sidewalk, he matched my pace without stepping beside me. He said, "This neighborhood feels safer than it used to." And then, "Are you heading north?" And then he made a small hand motion that could be interpreted as pointing the way or as dividing the air. I said, "I'm good, thanks," and turned east, which is not my way home. He turned east too. He did not speak again. He stopped at the corner and pretended to look at a notice posted to a pole about a lost cat that had probably been found or forgotten. I turned south, which is my way home after all. The next month, he stood at the end of the vitamin aisle, reading a label like it was a novel. I placed myself in line behind a man who had questions. The kind of questions that extend time, because distance buys thought. He drifted to the end cap with seasonal candy and stared at the red and green as if judging it. I put my tote on the counter in a way that draped the strap across the label space. The tech said my name softly and pushed the bag toward me with a reverence that made me want to be reverent in return. He caught the door as I pushed it. He held it politely, hand flat against the glass. He said, "What's your name again?" like he had overheard it poorly and wanted to get it right. I said, "I prefer not to share that," and he blinked and smiled as if I had told him a clever lie. He said, "It's on the bag." And I said, "It does not give permission." And he laughed out loud, caught himself, and turned it into a cough. He said, Okay, my bad," and then added more quietly, "Some people appreciate being noticed." I said, "Not tonight," and stepped past, the edge of the door gentle on my sleeve. He fell in beside me then, abandoning pretense. He said, "It's dangerous to walk alone with medicine in the open." And I said, "It is not open." And he said, "People don't care about that," and gestured vaguely at the world. He said, "I could walk you to the corner." And I said, "No thank you." And he said, "It's not a big deal," and I said, "For me it is." He smiled in a way that looked practiced in mirrors. I turned into the grocery store to buy nothing. He kept going. At the sushi counter, I watched him through the refrigerator glass distortions. He did not wait outside. He turned the next corner like water finding a seam. I reported it to the pharmacist, because reporting is both futile and right. I said, "There's a man who watches the pickup line and follows people out." The pharmacist's shoulders slumped a centimeter, a measure of acknowledgement. She said, "We can call security if he's in here making people uncomfortable. Outside the store, it is public property." She said the phrase as if it tasted bad. She added, "We can bring your bag around the counter so your label is not visible." And the softness in her face told me this was the tool she actually had. I said, "Yes, please." The next month, he was not there. The relief was complicated. Like when you stop hearing a dripping you have tuned out and realize the silence is what wakes you. I picked up my prescription, the tech tucking the label toward herself and then into the bag like a trick. I bought nothing extra. I walked out into a parking lot stippled with rain. He was leaning against the paper stand. He unfolded himself and fell into step. He said, "Don't be mad." And I said, "I am not anything." And he laughed and said, "You have a tone." And I said, "I have a right to a tone." He said, "I'm just saying hi." And I said, "You are not." He said, "You take this every month, like an accusation." I said, "That is not your business." He said, "Some medications make you dizzy. I could help if you ever felt." And I stopped and turned and looked at him the way you look at a person who is mistaking insistence for intimacy. I said, "What do you want?" He opened his mouth and closed it, and then said, "To say hi." And it was almost honest. I said, "You have said hi. Now you are saying more." He looked down at my tote and I lifted it higher on my shoulder, a movement that felt like a shield. He said, "You don't have to be rude." And I said, "You don't have to be here." An older man coming in held the door wide, oblivious to our theater. He said, "After you," to me, then saw I was already out and looked startled by the mechanics of timing. The man with the cap stepped backward automatically to let the older man pass, the choreography of public spaces asserting itself over whatever script he had been practicing. I walked away. I changed my pickup time by a day and an hour. He adjusted. I went to a different branch 1 month and the pharmacist there mispronounced my name 3 different ways and then laughed at herself, and I felt tenderness that made me want to cry. The month after that I enrolled in mail order, a compromise with my own desire for control. The packages arrive in a nondescript box that looks like office supplies. The first time it came, I held it and felt relief throw itself at me like a dog. It fell away when I realized the carrier leaves the box on the stoop if I do not catch the bell. Different vulnerability. New math. Sometimes I still go to the counter for the acute things life throws that cannot be prepackaged. I stand in line and watch people's transactions. I keep my tote open and my hand on the inside so labels face inward, and the world sees only the pharmacy logo, which reveals nothing but association. I scan the greeting cards rack and the paper stand and the end cap with seasonal candy. The cap without a team appears less often. He is still a kind of weather the store gets, like the door that always sticks in cold months, or the light in aisle 6 that buzzes at frequencies that make teeth unhappy. I learned to say to the tech, "Can you turn the label in, please?" And she always does, even when the line is long. I learned to say to a person on the sidewalk, "I do not want to talk," and keep walking. I learned that a name written on a stapled paper is a key that fits locks you did not agree to. I learned to keep the key in my pocket and not hold it up for strangers. Friend of the landlord. The landlord has a name that sounds like a man who plays poker badly. His emails are fragments and shrug emojis. He once fixed a leaky pipe by wrapping it in painter's tape and declaring it good for now. He owns the building because his uncle did, and he carries that fact like a family heirloom and a curse. He has a key to my apartment. I knew that when I signed the lease. Keys are how doors work when doors belong to someone else. His friend arrives first as a concept. The landlord texts, "My buddy will swing by to check that radiator. Can you be around Tuesday?" The radiator emits a sound like a dull conversation most nights, so I say yes. Tuesday arrives, and with it a man I've never met in a jacket with no company name. He is 40-ish, soft in a way that suggests he used to be hard. He calls himself Eddie without offering a last name. He says, "Landlord sent me like a password." He touches the baseboard heater and says, and looks at the window and says, and opens the fridge to put his water bottle in without asking. I say, we can reschedule for when you have work orders. And he says, I'm doing you a favor. He appears again 2 weeks later without a text. I am in a robe and socks. He knocks like a neighbor. 3 quick taps. He says, it's Eddie. And the way he says it assumes continuity. I say, not a good time. And he says, won't take long. The door remains closed. He says, I got the key. Like I don't. I say, you don't have permission. He laughs softly, a sound like a zipper. He says, suit yourself. I listen to his footsteps fade and the elevator's distant sigh. I email the landlord. Eddie needs to schedule visits and only enter with notice. The landlord replies an hour later. He's solid, don't worry. And a thumbs up emoji. I reply, consent is not a thumbs up. There is no answer. I becease myself because I have become a person who builds a paper trail wherever I stand. A month passes. The radiator hums. Eddie knocks on a Saturday morning at 9:12, the time that says it's not early if you're the sort of person who gets up early. I don't answer. He knocks again louder. He says, package for you at the front, which is a sentence that arrives like bait. I slide the chain and open the door the width of a hand. He smiles and holds nothing. I close the door and call the landlord. The call goes to voicemail. I leave a message in a voice that sounds like someone else's. Eddie is not to come by unannounced. Do not give him access. He skips a beat in this rhythm and then returns in late afternoon with a folding tape measure. He says, I'm just going to get some dimensions. We're thinking of replacing these old heaters. He gestures like an MC. I say, email me the dates and I'll confirm. He says, won't take long. He stands very still and looks at the door like he's waiting for it to become reasonable. He says, you're making this hard. I say, it's supposed to be. The next building email arrives with Kirby clip art. Annual safety inspection next Thursday. Entry as needed. The phrase as needed has a long shadow. I reply to ask for a time window and names. The reply is 3 words. 8-4, usual guys. I take the day off work and sit on my couch with coffee and an intent that feels like anger's cousin. At 10:40, the super knocks with a real clipboard and a checklist. And behind him, Eddie. The super looks surprised to see me and less surprised to see Eddie. Eddie walks in without looking at me, which I like better and worse. He measures the heater and the window and the countertop for reasons. He asks if my smoke detector chirps and then presses the test button with his thumb in the practiced way of a person who has made loud noises in many rooms. He stands for a second by my bookcase, reading spines. He says, you like those murder shows? And aims his chin at the row of library DVDs I picked up from the branch because my internet was out last week. I say, no. He smiles like he knows I am lying. I buy a door camera, the kind that messages your phone when someone stands where only you should. I register it with the building's policy because I know how to behave. The first night I watch myself come home, a person with a bag and a coat and a meatloaf, living proof. 2 days later at 3:22 p.m., the camera pings while I'm at work. The video shows Eddie looking directly into the lens, and then away, as if checking to see whether the building is watching the building. He leans, hand on jam. The key enters the lock, and the lock does not turn because I have slid the deadbolt. He frowns with the mild puzzlement of a man whose shortcut has been paved over. I email the landlord the clip. Subject attempted entry without notice. He replies with speed I have not seen before. Whoa, my bad. Eddie thought he had a work order. We'll make sure to schedule next time. I forward the email to myself and to a folder I have created called Building. I consider forwarding it to the city's tenant advocacy office. I decide to wait until I know my own threshold. That weekend, Eddie appears in the lobby while I am sorting my mail. He says, hey stranger, with the faux cheer of a man pretending social to cover structural. He says, you could just text me when you're around. He says, saves both of us time. I say, my time is not yours to save. He chuckles, like I've made a pun. He says, some tenants make this adversarial, and isn't that a word for the way people like him keep using words as shields? I begin to log everything. Knock, time, reason given. What I answered, who else was present. I photograph every notice and every place where a notice isn't. I put a child sticker over the lens of my laptop when I'm not using it, because paranoia once called as a house guest. I ask neighbors if they've had trouble, and a woman on 2 tells me Eddie once entered while she showered to test the radiators. A man on 5 says Eddie sat on his couch while a plumber worked and told him his TV had great sound. A person I've never seen before whispers that Eddie is the landlord's cousin, and these relationships make keys multiply. I write a letter that quotes the lease and the city code. I send it certified mail and by email. I say entry requires 24 hours written notice except in true emergency. I say emergency is defined. I say do not enter without consent. The landlord replies 3 days later, got it. Will be better. There is a smiley face. The font is bigger than it needs to be. Eddie does not knock for a month. I breathe partly, like a person who has decided to jog across an intersection and then is halfway, listening for engines. Then the fire alarm goes off at 2:18 a.m. and the hallway fills with people who look like themselves caught in sudden light. The super shouts, false alarm, and we all ride the adrenaline down together, bumpers touching. The next morning at 8:06, Eddie knocks. He says, gotta check the detectors. I say, I'll schedule with the office. And he says, it's today. I say, not for me. We stand there inside a system made of habits. He tilts his head, charming. He says, you don't trust me. And he makes it sound like a flaw of mine. I say, correct. He laughs and walks away, and the laugh says, this isn't over. It is not over. I renew my lease because moving is a cost calculated in currencies I do not have this year. I keep the deadbolt slid when I am home, and the camera watching when I am not. I learn the shape of footsteps in the hall and the particular stutter of Eddie's knock. I buy a door chain that would not stop a determined body, but will slow an entitled key. I collect my mail every day. I learn my neighbors' first names. The day will come when I send the letter to the city office, with the clips attached. It will be a day when my patience and my dread intersect on the graph of how to live. Until then, I practice saying, no entry today, and close the door. I do not apologize. Sanctuary is not a feeling. It is a rule, written down and handed back across a threshold that belongs to both of us in different ways. I enforce the part that belongs to me. Hostel, the spare bed. The hostel advertised itself as boutique, which is what places call themselves when they want to charge more for less privacy. The photos showed brick walls and industrial lighting, and a common room with an acoustic guitar always leaning casually against a couch. The listing said, quiet hours strictly enforced, which was the line that made me book it. I had an overnight layover and a budget that did not allow me to pretend I could sleep on an airport floor without consequence. The clerk wore a beanie and a look of practiced welcome. He slid a keycard across the counter and said, Bunk 3B, co-ed room, washrooms down the hall. He had a tattoo on his forearm that looked like it was designed to be visible in sleeves, rolled just so. He handed me a paper with the Wi-Fi password and the house rules, which included no guests after 10 and no food in rooms and respect others' space in a font that should not be trusted to manage conflict. Room 3 was 8 bunks with curtains that did not quite close. The air smelled like detergent and sleep. 2 beds were occupied by shapes that breathed quietly. One by a person scrolling on a phone with the brightness up. My bunk had a shelf for a book and a hook for a jacket and a light you had to hold the button on for an extra second if you wanted it to obey you. I put my bag under the bed and wrapped the strap around a slat because the front desk told me to bring a lock and I had not. The curtain slid with a sound like a whisper. The person with the bright phone said, "Hey," in the tone of someone who believes friendliness is the price of the room. He was 30 or 40 with the soft beard of a man who trims as an identity. He said, "I'm Peter," and lifted his hand as if to shake, even though we were 6 feet apart and there was a bunk between us. I said, "Hi," and he waited the extra beat people wait when they want your name, and you do not give it. He supplied, "You traveling through," and I said, "Just one night." He talked. He said he'd been on the road for a while, that hostels are better abroad, that this one was decent except the staff is always changing, so the vibe is inconsistent. He used vibe like he was holding a degree in it. He said, "Last night I had a roommate who snored like a chainsaw." He said, "You don't snore, do you?" and laughed at his own rudeness. I said, "I don't know. People say they don't, and then they do." Another guest came in. A woman with hair wet from a shower and a towel wrapped high in the way that suggests practice. She glanced at us and chose a bunk far away. Peter watched her move with a curiosity that could have been benign if not for the way he tracked the towel. He said, "People are so weird about shared spaces," and laughed again. At 10, the clerk came by to remind everyone of quiet hours, an absurd ritual that he performed with a sincerity I respected. "Lights out," he said, but the room stayed lit by the blue glow of someone's phone. I drew my curtain and pretended that fabric is a wall. I slept. I woke at 2:38 to the sound of a key card at the door, the click of the lock failing, the soft swear of someone who cannot get in. A moment later, the door opened and shut, and a person navigated by the ghost light of the emergency exit sign. The soft swish of a curtain, the rattle of a bag zipper, a whisper that was not words. Then another sound, the click of my shelf light, the one that you have to hold the button for, and the smear of its small brightness against the curtain seam. Someone was on the ladder of my bunk. Someone was on the shelf inches from my face. I opened the curtain and there was Peter, his head level with mine, his hand on the light, his mouth already forming a smile that anticipated forgiveness. "Hey," he whispered. He put one finger to his lips like we were children conspiring. I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Oh, sorry. I thought this was my bunk." He did not pretend well. His eyes darted down to the strap of my bag around the slat. He had one knee on the ladder and one foot on the floor. His body made the particular angle of a person who believes he can have a conversation that will let him stay where he is. "That's not your bed?" I said, and his mouth did a strange thing, a sequence of expressions that tried to assemble into a single story. He said I got confused. "These bunks all look the same." And I said, "Yours is across the room." He said, "You sure?" And I said, "Yes." I put my hand on the curtain, which is a ridiculous thing to do, as if fabric could repel a person. He lingered 1 second too long and then made a show of peering around, as if reorienting himself in a maze, and then stepped down and padded across the room to his bunk. He lay down with the committed sigh of a person settling into a bed he had never wanted. I lay awake and did not move. I listened to the room breathe. A crow-loose thought circled. Maybe he is harmless. Another, harmless is not the bar. A third, if I go to the clerk, I will be the problem that must be managed. At 3:06, the soft whisper of fabric again. He crossed the room like water poured slowly. The ladder creaked under his weight. The light clicked and smeared. I opened the curtain before he could. His face was closer, the smile gone. He said, "You're wound up," and there was in his voice a new thing, a patience that felt like a hand on the back of my neck. I said, "I'm going to the desk." He said, "Come on, don't be like that, you'll get me kicked out." He said, "It's a misunderstanding." I said, "You did it twice." He said nothing, which was somehow worse. He looked past me at the strap of my bag again, as if it were a personal insult. I slid out from under the blanket and put my feet on the ladder rungs with the deliberation of someone walking into a lake. We were face to face for a moment in the ladder space, which is close in a way that is impossible to explain if you have not been there at night with a stranger's breath in your mouth. I climbed down. He moved to block me, and then thought better of it. I stepped into the hallway in my socks and walked toward the desk with the fast, quiet steps of a person who has already decided to be the problem. The clerk looked up from a screen and straightened his beanie in a reflex like grooming. He said, "Everything okay?" And I said, "A guy keeps trying to get into my bunk." I did not add the rest of the words I was thinking because the facts were enough. He came immediately. He stood in the doorway and said, "Hey folks, quiet hours," and then, "Peter, can I see you for a second?" And the tone of his voice had changed from welcome to something like authority. Peter made a show of confusion. That was good enough that I saw the clerk consider it for a beat. Then the clerk said, "You need to switch rooms," and Peter said, "That's not fair." And the clerk said, "It's the rule, and the rule is the only tool hostels have that doesn't rely on people behaving." Peter gathered his bag with too much noise. He looked at me with an expression that tried to cast me as a humorless person in a story he would tell later to people who like him. The clerk walked him down the hall like a teacher moving a disruptive child to a different seat. The door closed behind them. The room inhaled. Someone across the room whispered, "You okay?" And I said, yes, because I was, in the sense that there had been an action that met the moment. I lay in the bunk and did not close the curtain. I watched the weak light under the door and the red eye of the exit sign. I slept in increments. In the morning, the clerk knocked lightly and handed me a voucher for coffee and said, "Sorry about that." He had a tired kindness I had not noticed the night before. He said, "Happens sometimes," and then looked like he wished he had said it differently. In the common room, the guitar leaned, and a young man played it badly and earnestly. A woman asked me for the sugar, and I passed it. Peter was not there. He was in another room or somewhere else entirely, his story about me already being told. I drank coffee that tasted like being awake against your will, and watched the light come into the room as if cautiously. I checked out and took the shuttle to the airport and sat among rolling suitcases and neck pillows and people who talk like they are alone. I thought about the curtain and the ladder and the smile he had prepared for my forgiveness. I thought about the clerk's quick arrival and the tiredness in his eyes. I thought about the sentence. It happens sometimes, and how it sounds like an apology and also a shrug. Hostels are designed to make you practice trust as a hobby. Some people like that because it lets them feel like better people. I am not better. I am a person who will loop a strap around a slat and hold a clerk to a rule at 3 in the morning. I will be the problem that needs to be managed, because the alternative is a story where a person climbs a ladder a third time. I will keep traveling because the alternative is smaller than I can stand. I will sleep in places with curtains and strangers and rules written on paper with Wi-Fi passwords. I will ask for the lower bunk when I can. I will leave the light on in my small kitchen when I get home. Not because it keeps anything away, but because it makes the room look like someone is expected. Knock at 11:27. The doorbell isn't loud, but it's wrong at night. It rings like a small mistake that wants to be a big one. At 11:27, it sounds twice and then a gentle knock follows. The rhythm of someone who believes there's a reasonable explanation for everything, including why he's at your door. I sit up, phone in my hand, before I'm fully awake. I don't turn on the overhead. Light is a decision you can't take back. Through the peephole, I see a man on the landing in a dark jacket and a baseball cap with a logo that could mean anything. He stands a little too close to the door, the way you do when you want to be heard, even if you're not wanted. He says, "Hey, sorry, it's your neighbor from 5B. I'm in 4C. His voice is pitched for comfort, the tone men use when they want you to agree to the premise. He adds, "Package mix-up, I think. I found something with your name." There's no package on the mat. The spy hole distorts, but not enough to hide that. I say, "Leave it by the door." He laughs softly. He says, "I'd rather hand it to you, signatures and all that." He lifts his empty hands and smiles at the wood. I say, "No thanks." He says, "Come on. I work nights. I'm just trying to be decent." He knocks once more, knuckles grazing the paint like it's a cheek. I say, "I'm calling the building." And he answers with a pause that implies I've missed a cue. His footsteps retreat not far. The stairwell carries sound like a tail. The landing absorbs it. I stand and listen until my ears hurt from being so large. In the morning, there's a note slipped under the door. "Sorry about last night, new to the building. If you ever need anything, I'm around. My name is Eric." The handwriting is neat, the E is a little too ornate, like a flourish he practices. In the elevator, I ask the super if there's a 4C neighbor named Eric. He rubs his eyebrow and says, "We have an Eric in 6B. Been there 2 years. Nobody new on 4. He shrugs the way men shrug when the thing they've learned won't fit in their pockets. A week passes. The bell rings again at 10:53. He says, "Police." It's the kind of word that tries to unlock a door by itself. I don't open. I say, "Badge under the door, please." He chuckles. He says, "Ma'am, I can't slide a badge under the door." I say, "I'll call 911 to confirm." He says, "That's not necessary." He goes quiet, the way hallways go quiet when they're holding their breath. I call anyway. The dispatcher is steady, used to being a stranger's proof. She asks my address, my name, whether I can see him. She tells me there's no unit dispatched to my building. She says, "Do not open the door." She says they'll send a car to cruise by. It's a sentence that helps because it imagines a car arriving, and then a car arrives, and then a night continues. The super changes the building policy email from "deliveries may be left in the lobby" to "deliveries must be left in the lobby." A sign goes up by the mailboxes. The font is too cheerful. Someone peels the bottom corner of the paper as if testing the stickiness of rules. At 12:12 on a Thursday, a soft tap. He says, "Maintenance." I say, "After hours access is not permitted." He says, "There's a leak below you." I say, "I'll call the building." He sighs, a tired, exaggerated thing. I hear his hand rest on the door. Skin makes a faint sound you can't describe, but you know it. Then he goes, I put a door wedge down because sometimes what you need is geometry. I put my phone up by the peephole and record a minute of the hallway being a hallway. The camera catches nothing and the nothing comforts me. I sleep with the TV's blue light muttering to itself. I wake to the sound of the elevator door sighing and tell myself it could belong to anyone, which it can. On Saturday afternoon, I see him for the first time in daylight. He holds the front door for a woman with a stroller and says, "After you," like a gentleman. He looks up and notices me, and his face arranges itself into someone else's neighbor. He says, "Hey, I'm Eric, 4C," and I say nothing. I let the door shut gently against the man behind me, who is carrying groceries, and he catches it with his foot and says, "Whoa, thanks." And I say, "Sorry." And the whole scene edits itself around the part I cannot say out loud. I email the building with the subject "late night knocks." The office replies, "Will remind vendors and residents of after-hours policies." The word residents does something to my skin. I forward the email to myself and then move it into a folder named Doors. Inside are screenshots of text, timestamps, a close-up of the note with the ornate E. A week later, the bell rings at 9:03, early enough to feel less absurd. He says, "I think I got a package meant for you." And I say, "Leave it downstairs." And he says, "I'm trying to be nice." And I say, "Be nice at noon." He laughs in his nose. The laugh reads as a correction. I introduce myself to the neighbor across the hall, a woman with a terrarium and a baseball cap collection. She says, "You can knock on my door if anything's weird." I say, "Same," and we both know we won't. Not at night, not if we can help it. But a name makes the hallway behave a little differently when you carry laundry. The building installs a camera in the hallway. It blinks a small red light that looks like a heartbeat. Management emails for your safety. The camera records days of nobody being dangerous to anyone. Then at 11:26, it records a capped brim, a shoulder, a hand resting against the paint the way you rest a hand against a friend's back. It records a man leaning close to wood and listening. It records a door that doesn't open, and a body that learns the shape of a door that doesn't open. After that, no more knocks. Not for a while. The dread doesn't vanish. It just gets quieter. I still pause with my key in the lock, like a person checking the angle of a picture on a wall. Sometimes in the late hum of the building, I put a hand flat against my side of the door and wait. There's warmth there. Mind transfer passing through the wood. I tell myself a door is a decision you make every night. I make it. Trailhead. Out and back, the map at the trailhead is the sort of lie that people forgive because it is printed on county laminate. Blue for water, green for trees, black dotted lines for trails that have been maintained by volunteers who mean well. The parking lot smelled like hot dust and sunscreen. A hand-lettered sign on the board said "No cell service beyond mile 1," with a smiley face that was not reassuring. I hike alone, because I like to negotiate with only one body. I sign the log in a handwriting I hope a ranger can read. Name, time, party size, 1. Destination, the waterfall, which is generous to call a waterfall in late summer. I swing my pack onto my shoulders and feel competent in a way that is addictive. The first mile is easy, wide, dog-heavy. People wear flip-flops and carry iced coffees and shout to one another about politics, like the trees are canvassing. After the first creek crossing, the crowd thins in the way that suggests a second gate. The trail narrows to a dirt ribbon. Ferns close over the path like a friendly conspiracy. Sunlight pencils itself through the canopy. At mile 2, there is a bench made from a fallen log, and 2 women sitting on it, splitting a granola bar as if it is communion. They nod and I nod, and we perform the trail greeting that says, "I see you. We are people who go outside." I pass a man in a sun shirt and a hat with a neck flap. He carries nothing, which is either foolish or the mark of a person who expects someone else to carry for him. He steps aside to let me by and says, "Almost there," as if he knows where I am going. The waterfall, when it comes, is a thread of water down a wall of rock that has been photographed into glory by people who stand very close and crop creatively. I sit on a flat rock and eat half a sandwich and think about nothing. The sound is not loud enough to drown out a person's voice. He arrives a few minutes later, the man with the neck flap. He has a face I would not mark in a lineup. He stands a little too near the pool, as if wanting the water to edge toward him. He says, "Worth it?" And then, as if I have asked him a question, says, "I do this one every weekend." He studies me the way some men study menus, like a decision could be satisfying if the word right is said enough times in their head. I stand, I wrap my sandwich, I step back onto the dirt ribbon for the return. He falls in behind me at a distance that is not quite a following, and not quite not. He scrapes a foot now and then as if to remind me he exists. I speed up and feel foolish for doing it, then slow down because foolishness is not a virtue. At the first creek crossing, I step lightly across stones that rock in their sockets. He fords it in big strides, water over his ankles, a demonstration of a kind of masculinity that isn't impressive to anyone who has ever had blisters. On the far bank, he shakes his feet and laughs and says, "Woo, cold." I move aside and say, "Go ahead," because passing solves things sometimes. He says, Nah, you're setting a good pace, and I smile without my eyes and return to the dirt ribbon. The forest smells like cedar and damp soil and the iron tang of something that must be rusting somewhere. The air presses against my bare arms. I keep my breathing even, a metronome set to calm. At the bench, the granola women are gone. A crow hops along the log like it owns the place, which it does. The man says, I took my niece out here once. She cried the whole way back because she was sure she was lost, even though I told her you can't get lost if you just keep going straight. He laughs at his own story. It takes me a second to realize what is wrong with it. Trails do not go straight. We reach a junction where the main path continues, and a spur drops to the river. The sign is helpfully unhelpful. River access. The man says, this way's faster, and takes a step down the spur. It is not faster. The spur is a steep cut that will deliver you to a bank where the trail disappears into sand. I say, I'm good on the main trail, and he shrugs, then doesn't commit, then steps back up onto the main path with me, as if my choice has converted him. There is a kind of dread that does not change your behavior because you have already set your behavior to the safest setting you can live with. I am on a marked trail. It is daylight. There are other people, at least there were. I have a whistle on my pack because the internet told me to buy one. I do not use it. The man hums a few bars of something that might be a song, and then says, I don't like hiking alone. Could be anything out here, and gestures at the trees like they are suspects. A group of teenagers in neon tank tops come toward us, shouting about a TikTok. The man steps far aside and smiles at them in a way that makes my shoulders climb toward my ears. One of the girls meets my eyes and rolls hers. A tiny blessed conspiracy. After they pass, the gap reopens around us. He says, you from around here? And I say, sort of. He says, me too. At the last mile, the path widens and the dog people reappear, relieved to be on a surface that matches their shoes. The man says, well, that was nice, and I nod like it was. I can see the parking lot through the trees, a flash of sun on windshields. He says, which car's yours? Casual as a weather remark. I say, the blue one, which is a lie. He laughs like I told a joke we both understand. He peels off toward a truck with a bed full of nothing. He stands at the open door and stares down into the cab as if looking for a version of himself that fits the day. I walk past and do not look back. My car is a gray hatchback that has parked itself between two SUVs and looks apologetic for existing. I unlock it and get in and lock it again without making a fuss, the way you pull your hand away from a hot pan and pretend you meant to do that all along. Through the windshield, I see the man's truck begin to roll. He pulls out without signaling. He drives toward the lot exit, slowly enough that I can catch up if I care to, fast enough that I cannot pretend it is coincidence if we arrive at the road at the same time. I wait. I watch the dust settle in the rectangle, his truck occupied. The air above the hood wavers with heat. My hands rest on the wheel and I count to 60 twice. I back out and turn the opposite direction from where I need to go, a loop that will cost me 10 minutes and feels like buying time at a cheap rate. At the highway, I merge and set my speed to a number that is sensible. A mile later, a truck passes in the left lane. It is his. He does not look. He does not need to. He moves to the right lane and then to the exit ramp that is not my exit. I breathe out in a way that suggests I have been holding my breath since the waterfall. The feeling is less relief than the absence of an argument I was preparing to have. At home, I take my pack off and set it beside the door and put my boots in the tray, and stand very still in my kitchen. The silence has a density that would be comforting if it were not the price of solitude. I pour water and drink the whole glass and then another. My phone shows me the pictures I took of the waterfall and the fern that looked like a hand in a rock that resembled a sleeping animal, if you squinted. None of them show the man's face. None of them show the shape of the dread that took the form of my pace, my answers, my decision to lie about the color of my car. I will hike again. I will sign the log in a hand a ranger can read. I will carry the whistle to satisfy the internet, and maybe myself. I will not take the spur to the river even if it is faster. I will say hello to the women on the bench and to the crow. I will remember that trails do not go straight. I will remember that out and back means you meet again what you already passed, which is a fact about geography and also about people. Trail cam, 2:13 a.m. The cabin is a rectangle of wood on the edge of a clearing that pretends to be a yard. Trees press in on 3 sides. The 4th side is a gravel road that becomes dirt and then memory. It belongs to my aunt and uncle. And when they're gone for the winter, they ask me to check it once a month to make sure the pipes haven't decided to be a river. They also ask me to swap SD cards in the trail cam. It sits strapped to a birch at the far end of the property, watching for deer the way a child watches a window for snow. The cam is a small dark box with a tiny red eye that glows when you get too close. The card fits under a rubber flap. The flap makes a soft stick sound when you open it, like lips. You press and the card clicks and you slide it into its plastic case, and you don't think about how this is a record of a place that forgets you when you leave. I bring the card home and slot it into my laptop with the human clumsiness of hands that still expect things to be larger. The images line up in tidy thumbnails. Raccoon, deer, nothing, a fox like a rumor. The timestamps are their own slim narrative, 3:07 a.m., 6:22 a.m., 5:13 p.m. On the third month, there's a shape in 2 frames that is not an animal. It's a person in a hood, the kind that reduces your head to an outline. In the first frame, the figure stands just beyond the edge of the clearing, shoulder toward the lens, as if listening to the ground. In the second, the figure is closer, head inclined, the white comma of breath visible in the cold. The timestamp reads 2:13 a.m. The date is a night I was in my own bed a town away, sleeping through someone's curiosity. I tell myself it's a hunter who lost his way. It's a neighbor who walks his dog without a leash. It's a snowmobiler who cut the engine and decided to pee by a birch. The angle is wrong for passing through. The angle is right for looking. The next month, more frames. The figure again. Different jacket, hands in pockets, standing exactly where the field meets the trees. In one frame, the head is turned toward the lens. The face a shadow inside the hood. The flash whites out the eyes. The timestamps prefer the hour around 2. The figure never steps into the clearing proper, which feels like a rule. I tell my uncle. He says hunters. He says we get kids. He says move the cam to the south birch. He says if they come up near the porch, that's different. He says the sentences you say if a thing is happening at the edge of your property and not at the edge of your bed. I move the cam. I angle it to catch the path that runs behind the shed. The practical cut from road to woods that isn't a path so much as a decision repeated. The cam catches me moving it, my face close and unhappy. It catches a squirrel manufacturing drama from nothing. It catches, at 2:13 a.m. again, the figure standing at the exact new edge of the frame, as if the frame itself were the thing being tracked. I print 2 photos and take them to the neighbor at the bend, a woman who wears orange without irony and knows every unpaved road by nickname. She looks for a long minute. She says, "That could be anybody." She says, "If it were me, I'd put a second camera watching the first." She says, "People behave different when they think they're being smart." I buy a second camera. It feels like overkill and like a seatbelt both. I strap it to a different tree and point it at the first cam like a whispering sibling. When I swap cards the next time, the second cam has one photo of a gloved hand reaching for the first cam's flap. The glove is textured, little rubber diamonds like scales. The wrist has a watch band. The flash catches the metal. The hand doesn't finish the act. It hovers, reconsidering. The next frame is empty. I don't tell my aunt. She'll make me promise to call the sheriff, then the sheriff will tell me to call if someone is on the porch. And we will both act as if there's a difference that isn't just distance. I tell the neighbor in orange. She says, "I can't patrol your woods for you, honey." And I say, "I know," and she says, "Get motion lights." Motion lights in the woods are a joke and also useful. I buy 2. I install one by the shed and one by the kitchen door. When I test them, they come on like accusations. The night before the next trip, I can't sleep for reasons that are absurd at 2:13 a.m. in my own house. I think about the red eye on the cam and the glove and the watch band and the posture of a person who stands just at the edge of being seen. I think about how some people collect moments and some people collect evidence, and how both are a way of saying I was here. It snows. The clearing is a flat white that records visitors by default. I park farther back by the road and walk in so my own tire tracks don't confuse the story. At the edge of the trees there are prints. The prints come from the east and stop shy of the clearing and stand for a while. The way prints tell you that by the deepening where weight rested, they turn and leave. The stride is measured, like a person thinking. I swap the cards fast, fingers numb even through gloves. When I get home, the card shows the figure again, closer than before, the hood down now. The face is turned away, the hair is short, the chin has stubble. In one frame, the person is looking up at the cabin and the porch light is off, and the stars do not care. and the next the person is looking down at their own hands. The timestamp reads 2:13 a.m. and then 2:14 a.m., and then the person is gone. I print that photo too, and write the date in the margin. I put it in an envelope, with the others. I label the envelope with the month and the word edge. It doesn't make me safer. It makes me feel less unmoored. Spring comes, and the figure stops appearing. Deer return in twos. Turkeys parade in a foolish line. The fox is a rumor again. I relax a degree and hate that I do because I know absence is not a promise. When I sit on the porch in June with coffee, I listen for a footstep that doesn't belong, and hear only squirrels lying to each other. The cabin breathes like cabins do when wood warms. When I tell the story later at a table in a city, someone says, maybe it was nothing, and someone else says, maybe it was someone who liked stars and felt more themselves at 2 a.m. And I nod because those are versions I prefer to carry. The trail cam still watches. We still swap cards. The motion lights still flare at raccoons like a neighborhood committee. The envelope labeled edge sits in a drawer I can reach without standing. I sleep and wake and check the clock and let the number mean less each time it reads 2:13. Because not every echo is a signal and not every watcher gets what they want. The vanishing point. I noticed the car just after sunset, when the sky was that flat, cooled metal color and the highway shoulder was swallowing the day by inches. The road out past mile marker 64 narrows and then narrows again. A broken white line becomes a suggestion. The rumble strip goes from a chatter to a warning. I wasn't hurrying, but I wasn't lingering either. The thermostat in my car blinked an unhelpful 69, then 68, then back again like it wanted to be part of the conversation. In the rear view, a pair of headlights crested the gentle bowl of the road and then sank. That was normal. Hills steal cars. You watch them rise, watch them fall, and then you expect them to appear again, steady as a metronome. But this car didn't keep rhythm. It reappeared closer than it should have. A little to the left, then dipped so low I thought I'd lost it. I checked my speed, eased a little right, touched the blinker to signal I'd seen it. The road straightened. The headlights straightened with it. The next time I checked the mirror, there was nothing. Just the long black seam of the lane behind me and the vague suggestion of brush. I kept my hands 10 and 2. I told myself the other driver had taken the turnout. The next time I checked, the lights were back, much nearer, throwing the inside of my car into relief, catching the dust in the dashboard air vent like snow. A bass line from a distant radio, mine or theirs, buzzed against the glass. I tried the usual solution, the polite speed bump. A tap on the brakes without the light, a reminder I existed. The lights fell back, then surged forward again, as if we were attached by a rubber band. At mile marker 67, there's a service station. It glows faintly across the highway like a nightlight in a house that's too big. I decided to exit. Blinkers on. I slid into the deceleration lane and watched the headlights behind me tense as if deciding whether to follow. They did. Their blinker came on late. Too late. The driver swung wide, corrected hard, and followed me down the ramp. The station had one pump working and a bathroom key chained to a bright orange hubcap. A man in a brimmed hat stood by the ice freezer. Inside the tiny shop, a woman held a lottery ticket like it was a tab of sun. I pulled to a pump, put the car in park, and didn't get out. The other car rolled up to the far edge of the lot and idled. I saw only the shape of someone in the driver's seat and the steady white of the headlights. When I stepped out, the other car's engine revved and then settled again, like a sleeper turning in bed. I topped off a tank that didn't need it. I checked the oil. I pretended to look at the map on my phone, even though the service here is not so much a service as a hope. I felt the other car's gaze on me. Maybe that's dramatic. It felt like it. Back on the ramp, we rejoined the highway, the other car hanging back far enough to be reasonable and close enough to be a statement. The road climbed, then flattened, then climbed again. Together, we passed a patch of trees that had learned to hold on to each other to avoid the wind. Between those trees, there's a bend where the inside lane disappears for a heartbeat behind a guardrail that someone had bumped years ago and never repaired, just bandaged with a length of wire and optimism. At that bend, the car behind me disappeared again. Not faded, vanished clean. The road should have given me a flutter of the other driver's high beams over that broken guardrail, a hint of their presence. I got only road and the steady thump of my own tires. Then the light slid into existence again, too close and slightly slanted, like the other driver's head was tilted. My fingers went slick on the wheel. I tried a different tactic. I signaled right and drifted onto the shoulder long enough to let them pass. They didn't. They matched me, then tucked in behind again when I returned to the lane. The shoulder ended, the rumble strip in its stitched little voice told me not to be foolish. I made a plan. The next town, the next well-lit place, the next cluster of other people. I kept my speed steady, even as the car behind surged and fell, like the tide. At mile marker 73, the highway curled around a ridge of scrub and rock that remembered being a mountain. The curve had a way of pulling your eyes downhill toward the blink of a billboard that had lost its letters but kept its lights. My car drifted a little. I corrected. The car behind flashed its lights once, twice. I felt my spine stiffen. At mile marker 74, I saw blue light in the far distance. Not the urgent, mouth-open blue of sirens, but the small, cold pulse of a phone screen in a parked car. The rest stop is little more than a loop of asphalt and a pair of vending machines that offer, in identical fonts, chips and wisdom. The wisdom that people stop because they need to, not because they want to. I signaled, took the exit. The other car followed, hugging my bumper as if we were attached. I pulled into a spot under the sole lamp that didn't buzz, put the car in park and locked the doors. The other car stopped nose to nose with mine, headlights filling my windshield entirely. I raised my hand in awkward greeting through glass. The other driver got out. He was about my height. He wore a reflective vest, which was either reassuring or theatrical. He approached the side of my car slowly, one palm out, like approaching a skittish animal. I cracked the window. Cold air pushed in, bringing with it the smell of old coffee and burned oil. "I'm not trying to freak you out," he said. "You okay?" "I'm fine." My voice just barely belonged to me. "You sure? I tried to get you to pull over earlier, back at the station." I saw. "Look." He pointed. Not at me, but at the back of my car. "Your trunk is bouncing. Latch is barely catching. It keeps popping about an inch and then slamming. On those hills it looked like you were brake tapping. People behind you are going to misread that." I didn't move. It was such an ordinary sentence in such a charged situation that my brain needed a second to translate. He took another step back, hands visible. "I work roadside, tow and tire. Not on duty now." I was waving, but the guardrail in that curve blocks the line of sight, makes it look like things appear and vanish. "Okay," I said. It came out a whisper. "Pop it, I'll show you. Or I can stand way back and you can do it. No pressure." I unlocked the trunk manually with the key because the button inside had stopped working last winter and I hadn't fixed it. The trunk lifted itself the last inch with a small sigh. The latch had a gouge in it, the metal scarred. I could picture the last time I'd slammed it on a box corner, and muttered, thinking only of the box, not the latch, not the accumulation of little injuries. He talked as he showed me how to press the plate just so, how to test the seal, how to loop a spare strap through the inside anchor point in case I wanted a belt, and suspender solution. He kept one hand tucked against his own ribs, a kind of restrained posture that read, "Now as respect." "That curve up there," he said, nodding back toward the ridge. "You can't see a car that's in the pocket. Guardrail hides them. If you're in that pocket too, it's worse. You both appear too close to each other. Makes people stupid. I thought you were trying to make me pull over somewhere dark," I said before I could stop myself. "Yeah," he said, after a beat. "That's fair." We stood in the spill of the lamp. Somewhere beyond the trees, a truck took the curve, its trailer giving that deep nautical creak that makes you think of icebergs and whales, even though there's only asphalt and wind. He stepped back. "You good?" "I think so." "Okay, I'll go first to the next town. If you want to keep your distance behind me, fine. If not, fine. No more flashing, promise." He turned, and for a second I saw the way the reflective tape on his vest caught the light and returned it in clean strips. He got back in his car, which looked suddenly like any other car owned by any other man who has to work at 2 a.m. sometimes. He pulled out of the rest stop and merged. I waited until the lights of his tail lamps were steady and small. Then I followed, not because I needed him as a shield, but because the road is easier when there's someone else's rhythm to borrow. In the town, under the soft, unnatural sun of gas station lights and takeout signs, he kept going without a wave. I pulled into a spot in front of a late-open diner and killed the engine. The trunk held. The world didn't. It kept moving. In the glass of the diner door, my face looked like it had watched an accident that hadn't happened. I went inside and held a mug of coffee. I didn't drink until my hands stopped trying to tell me the story of the road again. The story where things appear and vanish, and you are either the danger or you are the one who has misread it. Photo for the app. The verification photo is a simple trick. Hold up 3 fingers. Tilt your head to the right. Make sure the lighting is decent. Blink. The app compares the geometry of your face to your profile photos and declares you human. It's supposed to be a small hoop you jump through to keep out the fakes. It feels like doing a trick for a treat. I took mine in my kitchen, because the light there is best in the late afternoon. The window over the sink faces west and emits this soft, dusty stripe of sun that makes everything look like the end of a movie set in a better city. I propped my phone on a mug, angled it toward the cabinets, and did the 3-finger salute. The app spun a little animation and then rewarded me with a green check. Real. The first message that evening was from someone named Eric, who had the smile of a person who knows he is being watched and approves the audience. His opener was bland enough to pass. Hey, I like that bookstore in your second photo. And then a quick pivot to logistics. Not in a hurry, he said, but I like to move to a call sooner than later. Less room for misunderstanding. This sounded reasonable. We did a short call. He had a calm voice. We talked about the way some coffee shops smell like burnt sugar and others smell like wet cardboard. We ended with a plan to meet on Saturday afternoon at a place exactly halfway between his neighborhood and mine. In the lull before we hung up, he said, quick thing. The app's verification can be gamed. Would you mind doing a real-time selfie for me? Just like peace sign, tilt to the left, no filters. He laughed. I've had a run of fake profiles. I answered yes, because it was easier to reward good behavior than interrogate it aloud. It wasn't a secret. He wasn't asking for anything intimate. It was the digital equivalent of waving through a window to prove you are where you say you are. Now, he asked, already on the edge of the next thing. Sure, I said, because I was standing in the kitchen again, and the light was good, and because it felt like failing a test to say no. I lifted the phone, flipped to front camera, tilted left, and held up 2 fingers like a tourist. I took the photo. When I sent it in the app, a warning flashed. Something about images being compressed. So he asked if I could send it via text because the app ruins clarity. I hesitated a second. He said, totally your call. I sent it. He didn't respond with a heart or a thumbs up. He responded with, cute tile, is that green or teal? I told him it was a kind of indecisive sea glass color, which is how I justify a lot of things I buy. He sent back, I like the clean line of the grout, good maintenance. A small remark, a small observation. Nothing sinister. I set my phone down and poured water into the kettle. The evening thinned. 2 hours later, he sent, random question. Is your window the kind with that little turning lock on the right, or the slide-down latch on top? He attached a photo of 2 types of window latches side by side, like a hardware store comparison chart. The caption was a joke about how the turning kind looks like a cartoon nose. I didn't answer immediately. I picked up the phone and then put it down. He sent, sorry, weird, I do repairs sometimes. The turning ones loosen in older frames. You can fix with a quarter turn of the plate screws. You mentioned your place gets drafty. I hadn't mentioned drafts. Maybe I had and I'd forgotten. The kettle clicked off with a tidy throat clear. I stared at the last photo I had sent him. In it, behind my face, a sliver of the window showed over my left shoulder. A pale strip at the edge of the frame with the rounded outline of the locking mechanism visible. 2 screws, one slightly scuffed. I wrote, slide down latch, old building. He replied with a nitpicky joke about historic charm being code for painted shut windows. Then asked about Saturday again, and I let that be the end of it for the night. In the morning, I woke to a message that wasn't for me. It was a screenshot of a local weather map, with a pin dropped at the polygon of my neighborhood, and a caption that read, wind picks up around 4. He sent another message 3 minutes later. Oops, wrong thread, ignore. At lunch, my neighbor from upstairs, Kelly, slid a package across the hall with my name on it, and said, the delivery guy left it by the mailboxes again. I thanked her and told her I'd put her package inside if I saw it first next time. We did the tiny dance of people trying to be helpful without keeping score. At 3 in the afternoon, Eric sent, can I be forward? That photo you sent yesterday, the angle is so flattering. Can you do one more, just for me? Same spot, chin a little down this time. No pressure. I just like seeing you. I was less inclined to say yes. I typed busy right now and then stopped. The request itself wasn't dramatic, but the accumulation of requests was. I walked to the kitchen and stood where I had stood yesterday. The light fell the same way. The window lock looked back at me like a small animal frozen on a branch. I didn't take the photo. I texted back, "Saturday is good, I'm gonna be offline until then." He replied almost immediately, "Totally. Last thing, I thought of a quieter spot than the Midway Cafe. There's a park a few blocks north. Less crowded, easier to talk. There's a bench under a plane tree with a metal plaque. It says, for Dolores, who tended to birds. Meet there?" He couldn't know that bench. He could have looked it up, of course. He could have street viewed the entire length of the park. But the bench he described was exactly where I'd sat last week when a friend called to ask about my new place, and I'd made the exact same joke about Dolores probably hating people and loving birds. That conversation had been in a voice call, not a post. I had not geotagged a photo. I had not posted a story with the bench in the background. I had mentioned the park, yes, but not the plaque. I scrolled back up to the photo from the kitchen. The tiny reflection in the window over my shoulder showed the opposite building. The crenellated edge of a rooftop, the dish antenna that looks like a satellite's ear, the pale V of a fire escape. You could triangulate from those. You could walk the streets until the angles matched. Or you could send a wrong thread screenshot with a map pin to test whether I would flinch. I wrote, "Let's stick to the cafe." No apology attached. His reply was fast and warm and insistent. "Trust me, quieter is better. I'll grab us coffees. Like okay?" I didn't answer. I put the phone face down and went to the door and slid the top deadbolt, which I almost never use because it makes me feel like I'm borrowing someone else's paranoia. I remembered the laugh in his voice when he said, "The app can be gamed." At 5, my building's intercom buzzed for the first time that day. When it's that late, it's almost always a delivery lost between buildings. I didn't press the talk button. I waited. The buzzer sounded again, longer, the insistence of someone trying to push through a stuck door. Then there was a pause, and I heard faintly the sound of keys. Not the bright clatter of a janitor's ring. The slow individual metal note of someone testing a single key in a lock and finding that it doesn't fit. Metal against metal, a thoughtful sound. My hand found my phone by memory. I texted Kelly upstairs. "You home?" She replied immediately. "Yep, that your buzzer? I heard someone try our door too. You want me to come down?" I wrote back, "Stay, I'm calling the desk. Our building has a person in the lobby during business hours and a security company after." The nightline picked up and took my name and my voice into a file and said someone would be there in 10. Outside my window, the light was shutting down. The top of the opposite building went from movie set to stage flats. I watched the street for a while, aware of how much and how little this would sound like a story to anyone else. Real people, real windows, real locks, a real schedule, at which the wind picks up around 4. In the morning, I sent a short message to Eric. "I'm not feeling this, going to cancel, good luck out there." It was the kind of polite refusal you can put on a t-shirt. He replied with 3 messages in quick succession. "Wait, then, you can trust me, then, don't be dramatic." I blocked him on the app. Then I blocked the number he'd switched to for the clearer photo. I stood in my kitchen and took down the mug I'd propped the phone on and put it back on the shelf. I moved a plant into the window to change the line of sight. I changed the angle of the cutting board. Small shifts in the geometry. The light still came in at the same angle. It still made my cabinets look more expensive than they are. Saturday afternoon, I walked to the Midway Cafe alone. I sat at a table with my back to the wall because it felt like a superstition someone had once told me. A man in a reflective vest came in for a coffee to go. A woman read a paperback with the kind of concentration that looks like prayer. Outside, the bench for Dolores waited in its good quiet. A pigeon made an argument with the wind. The app kept my green check for a month. After that, it asked for a new verification photo. I took it in the hallway by the coat hooks, facing the blank wall, 3 fingers up, chin neutral. It looked less like a person and more like proof of life. It passed anyway. Hostel Reprise. The finale montage. The common room at the hostel is one long breath between doors. Street light spills through the front glass and turns the floor into a shallow river of brightness. The back door opens onto a tiny courtyard the staff uses to smoke and to count heads. People drift through with laundry bags and damp hair. Someone's phone plays a video too quietly to make out, just laughter without context, human static. The couch has the same slouch as every other hostel couch in the world. It comes pre-haunted by conversations you didn't have and sleep you didn't trust. On it tonight, a man with a sunburned nose, a woman with a guidebook splayed on her stomach, a pair of friends whispering with one ear cocked toward the door. The receptionist has a pen-clicking rhythm going that makes the desk into an off-kilter metronome. I came down because the room upstairs had become too much like an ear pressed to a wall. The bunk above me creaked when the person in it turned for the 100th time. The air felt overused. Down here, at least, there's movement. Things to count. People going in and out and in again. A girl 20, maybe, pours hot water over a paper filter balanced on a chipped mud. You ever notice? She says to no one and everyone. How the worst things start with, "Can I borrow?" She keeps her eyes on the waterline as it sinks. "Can I borrow your charger? Can I borrow your map? Can I borrow this chair?" Her lip curls in a small private smile, the kind that belongs to someone who has survived a very particular kind of ask. The man with the sunburned nose says, "Mine always start with, do you mind if I sit here? Do you mind if I crash there? Do you mind if I leave my bag under your bunk so it's out of the way?" He rubs a line of white cream into the bridge of his nose, immaculate in a place where no line is straight. The receptionist's pen clicks. "House rules," she says, half joking, half reading from a sign taped to the desk. No food in the rooms, no unregistered guests. Quiet after 11, respect the boundaries of other guests. Her eyes flick to the taped-up printout about spare keys, and the reminder that the staff does not give them out, not even if your friend is just around the corner. A memory crosses the couch like a draft. A night 2 weeks ago when I slept in a different city under a different bunk. When someone I didn't know came in late and breathed like the room owed them oxygen. The way a door latch whispers when it's pressed slowly to avoid making a sound, and the way everyone in the room hears it anyway, from dream depth. A door opens now. Not the street door, not the staff door. The door to the hallway that leads to the rooms. A man stands there with the particular stillness of someone deciding which version of himself he wants to be. He nods at us, at all of us, and then goes to the kitchenette and reaches for a cup. There's a moment where he isn't looking, and every person in the room does the same thing at once, takes a mental inventory of what they can see in him and what they can't. The woman with the guidebook says, "I booked the mixed dorm because the women's was full and I told myself that would be fine, and it is fine, but I still put my boots against the door." Someone laughs. The sound lands softly. "This place has good sight lines," the receptionist says as if she's making conversation. Which she is. "You can see the hallway from here. If something weird happens, you can say out loud, 'Hey, do you need the desk?' People behave better when the air is listening." The two friends on the other couch edge toward stories. "We took the last train last night," one says, "stood on the platform and watched the station empty. There was this guy who kept checking his watch and then checking us, and I kept thinking, how long can you pretend it's nothing before you have to name it?" "Name it," the other says. A dare and an invitation. "Predatory," the first says, and then she shakes her head, like saying it out loud makes her feel theatrical. Or maybe just bored. But the way he moved to stand behind the column when we moved to stand behind the column, yeah, the receptionist says that trick only works once. At the sink, the girl with the coffee rinses the filter like it's delicate. She says, "I stayed in a hostel 3 months ago, where the night guy would knock on the door at weird times. Not creepy, just official. He'd say he had to check the bunks. He always did it at 11:27 like he had a superstition about not doing it on the half hour. Night shift keeps strange time," the sunburned man says. He looks like someone who knows miles of road other people don't. The kind that wiggles between towns like a loose tooth. You start to think you're the only person awake in the whole country, and then you see another pair of headlights and you feel relief and then regret. Everyone chuckles, the common language of almost. The back door opens to the courtyard. A staff member steps in, the fresh air boarder still clinging to her. She sets a plastic tub of clean pillowcases on the floor and says, "Make sure you're not propping the hallway doors open." The latch sticks and some guests take advantage. She shoots a look at the man with the cup. The look is routine, not accusing. It's the look you learn when you are paid to remember that doors are not metaphors. They are doors. He tips his cup in a nod. "Lock tight," he says. There are little stories everywhere, if you don't blink. A girl comes down from the mezzanine holding a backpack like it's a question. She stops at the desk and whispers, and the receptionist tilts her head, listens, then hands her a different key card. "New room," the receptionist says softly, neutral tone. "Nothing to see here." The girl vanishes back into the hallway with the keyed confidence of someone who has been believed. A short, awkward clap starts up, the kind hostile people do when someone fixes something mundane and important. It fades quickly, embarrassment chasing it down. The coffee girl smiles into her mug. The friends on the couch talk again. We met a driver who said he followed a car for 10 miles trying to warn them their trunk was open, one says. He said the guardrail made the car appear and disappear. The other driver thought he was being hunted. People misread, the other says. All the time. And sometimes they read it right, the receptionist says, tapping the spare key sign as if it might chime. She looks at me then, and I realize I've been taking up the role of quiet witness, the person who sits near the door and pretends to scroll. She says, "You look like you're collecting things." "Just a little," I say, "for later. It is the last night of my run of beds. In the morning I will check out, and my backpack will have learned the shape of my shoulders for nothing. The season will empty its pockets. The stories will stay here, in this room, like the faint outlines of posters that once hung on these walls and left their ghosts in sun. The man with the cup tosses what's left into the sink and says, 'Anyone heading south tomorrow? I've got a spare seat.' He says it to the room and to no one. The room chooses not to answer, not unkindly, just in the way a school of fish chooses a direction without speaking. He shrugs, sets the cup upside down, and goes back into the hallway. The latch catches with a sound made by a door that knows its purpose. The receptionist stands, stretches, and flips a small switch under the desk. The overhead lights dim a fraction. Not a lot. Enough to suggest that the time for public life is tapering. She says, "Final reminder. Doors are locked at 1. If you're out, buzz. If you're in, don't let anyone follow you through without a key." She taps the sign again, no exceptions. We do the ordinary end-of-day things. Someone ties up the trash bag and knots it with too much confidence. Someone else rubs a stain on the couch until it's just a darker circle of wet. I go to the bookshelf and take down a paperback to give my hands a job. Between the pages, someone has tucked a bus ticket, perforated edge soft with age. The printed time on it is 11:27 p.m. I smile despite myself and put it back where I found it. When I stand to go, Kelly from upstairs? No, not from here, from my building back home, arrives inside my head carrying a package that isn't hers, and I think of how communities form in the places where rules are posted in bullet points. The receptionist nods as I pass. She says, "Do you want a wake-up knock? We can do a gentle one at 7. "No thanks," I say, "I'll be up." "Good," she says. "It's easier to sleep when you've already decided to wake." On the stairs, the air changes to that heavier, private version that belongs to rooms and breath and sleep. I slide my keycard into the lock of my dorm and wait for the small green approval. Inside, someone has stuck a chair under the doorknob, and an old ritual that works mostly on feelings. I ease it aside. The bunks breathe. A phone charger glows like a small harbor light. My bed remembers me. I lie down and listen to the building settle. Somewhere down the hall, someone coughs. Somewhere up the street, a scooter stutters to a stop. I think about spare keys and spare beds and the shape of kindness when it has to wear rules. I think about trains at the last minute and phones held up to windows and benches with plaques and doors that latch. I think about asking and being asked, about the way people will test you like a fence, one slat at a time, and how the thing that holds isn't always the lock but the habit of saying no out loud. The chair is back under the knob before the lights go out, and that feels like both an old story and a new plan. It is not a happy ending. It is not a bad one either. It is just the end of a day where everyone watched everyone else, not to catch them, but to hold a shape around the room so it didn't come apart. In the morning, the courtyard will smell like cold and coffee. The receptionist will click her pen back into its shell and hang a new sign that says, "Welcome back, travelers." The rest of us will pretend we're only passing through. That part will be true.